Musashino Forest Sports Plaza in Tokyo. The Chofu area of this magnificent city hosts one of the great Paralympic sports, a sport whose origins are entwined with the origins of the Paralympic movement itself. It is, of course, wheelchair basketball. And what matches we have coming up. Germany versus Australia, followed by Japan and Great Britain in the women's competition. It is Germany's first match of the Paralympics. Australia have already begun with a 73-47 loss to Japan. So for them now the opportunity to take on one of the most successful teams in the history of wheelchair basketball at the Paralympics. But fear not, for Australia also one of the most successful nations in Paralympic wheelchair basketball history. This is going to be a sensational meeting. Two of Germany, Australia and the USA have contested each of the last 4 women's finals at the Paralympic Games. There are many changes to Australia from the teams that you will have seen in recent Paralympic Games, especially because of Australia not participating in the competition in Rio de Janeiro. In their meeting with Japan, Georgia Munro-Cook, wearing number 8, scored 16 points. Amber Merritt picked up 18. And they have silver medalists in the form of Merritt and Sarah Vinci from the London 2012 team. Wearing 15 is Amber Merritt. That 18-point haul against Japan, a highly impressive contribution. Natalie Alexander, the last player to come out, wearing number 23. Like a number of the players in the Australian team, plays for the Perth Wheelcats. As we have a look at the Germany team, the silver medalists in Rio, the champions in London, silver medalists back in Beijing. They have got a fair few returners from that team. Most of the squad took part in Rio. 3 of them won the gold medal at the Games in London. One of the new ones we just saw there, wearing number 6, Katharina Weiss. Number 9, Laura Fürst, was a silver medalist in Rio. 15 is Barbara Gross, also part of that Rio team, the 27-year-old who plays for the River Rhine Rhinos. First opportunity for Germany to take to the
national anthems from Australia
court, and we now have the national anthems.
それでは両国国歌の演奏です。はじめにオーストラリア国歌、続いてドイツ国歌の演奏です。
splendidly observed and sung with gusto the national anthems of Australia and Germany. And on the subject of enthusiasm and gusto, we're about to see two spectacular wheelchair basketball nations do battle out on the court at the games of the 16th Summer Paralympiad. Peter Bergenthal wearing 10 for this Germany team, the 21-year-old, one of the new stars of the Germany setup. Georgia Munro-Cook wearing 8 for Australia, and big scorer against Japan.
From Chinese Taipei, from Great Britain.
Introduction of the officials for this contest. And what a contest we hope it is going to be. It's a great pleasure to have your company wherever it is you are joining this from, and whoever you are supporting, whether you're following one of these two nations or whether your team is playing elsewhere in the competition or you're just watching as a neutral. And you may well be a long-time fan of wheelchair basketball. You may be watching it for the very first time. If you are watching it for the first time, cancel your plans for the rest of the day. You won't be switching off the television. It is a sport whose origins go all the way back to that famous setting of the Stoke Mandeville Hospital, where the Paralympic movement began in earnest. As we have a look at the Australia starting lineup, and the high-scoring potential is certainly clear in that first group of 5 that will take to the court in a moment. Craig Friday, the coach of the Australian team. Big match this for the Gliders. Really big match considering that tough game against Japan. Germany, their first appearance at these games. The only team in the group that didn't get underway in yesterday's set of fixtures. We're on day 2 of the games now. Last opportunity for instruction from Dennis Noel, coach of the German team. And they really seem absolutely up for this. There's a palpable intensity about Germany. Sometimes you get that with a team that's about to play their first fixture. And for all of the players that did take to the court on day 1 of the games, they had the opportunity to play their first match for some time. It really has been quite a while since we've seen most of these players on a court at international level. And for Germany, the waiting is almost over, and for you too, because we are shortly to begin this match between Germany and Australia in the women's wheelchair basketball competition at the Paralympics. From the tap, it is possession for Australia. They play from right to left. Georgia Munro-Cook, possession to Amber Merritt. An early attacking opportunity for the Australians. It comes off the rim and away from Munro-Cook. No score from the first attack for Australia. First of 4 10-minute periods to play. Shot clock in operation in wheelchair basketball. 24 seconds to get the shot away. Lang has got to work fast here. It was really under quite a bit of pressure. Katarina Lang was under so much pressure that she was fouled. was Amber Merritt.
サブヤク選手、個人ファウル1つ目、チームファウル1つ目。
Lang. Super accuracy. 28-year-old who plays for the Munich Iguanas. 1 out of 2, so Germany first point on the board in this meeting with Australia, as Australia now look to counter with Munro Cook. And Munro Cook just drawing attention to Hannah Dodd being on the ground. Dodd with a decision to make. That's really nice work from Dodd, and the foul has been committed on Amber Merritt.
Germany's foul, number 7, and that's all. Her first, PBC.
Svenja Meyer involved as there was no success in the first attempt for Amber Merritt, who picked up that great haul of 18 points against Japan. So just as was the case for Germany, it's 1 out of 2 for Australia. Annabelle Breuer for his Mareike Miller, Olympic silver medalist in Rio, World Championship bronze medalist in 2018. Jess Cronje, who was absolutely beaming during the singing of the anthem. 23-year-old Sydney Metro Blue Hornets player. Superb athletic background. More on that later as Lang positions for the shot and scores. Really well taken by Katharina Lang. Impeded by Hannah Dodd. So from the line it is Lang. That's well taken. So Germany opening up a 3-point advantage after just over a minute of this contest in Group A of the women's competition. That's a great break opportunity. What lovely work this is from Australia. If they can convert, it's done. It is super play from Australia. That's a lovely breakaway. That's quick basketball. First points of the games for Dodd as well. Oh, this is great from Germany. Ambitious delivery. Miller, wonderful play. And Germany re-establish that 3-point advantage courtesy of Mareike Miller. Well known for her time in the USA. Graduate of the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. Their evidence, those of you who are new to watching the sport of wheelchair basketball, of just how rapidly the attacks can build. Lang just snuck in unnoticed. Miller. Seven is Shelley Cronau. Plays her basketball in Spain. Score of a couple of points against Japan. Munro Cook, PhD student at the University of Sydney, looking at history and gender and cultural studies. She's doing a fascinating research project on the barriers to success for women in the WNBA. Superb academic background, as indeed has she, Mareike Miller. Management master's degree from the aforementioned Wisconsin-Whitewater University. Loose ball. Breuer does well. Miller. Germany just searching for some shape in their attack, and it just touched away by Sabeljak. Ella Sabeljak, 29-year-old from the Gold Coast. Bree Melberg on for Australia. Another fine academic, graduate of biomedical science, as Germany increased their advantage. Anna Patsvold, 32-year-old. Germany 8-3 to the good after a few minutes of this first period, and this is a nice bit of work to Dodd, who finishes very well again. But the set-up play from Melberg crucial. Meyer. Svenja Meyer. That's a good spot for Miller. Has to go it alone. And is fouled. Well committed by Georgia Munro-Cook. Miller gets 1 out of 2 as Germany lead by 9 points to 5. Attack interrupted. Australia have to go again, and Germany just making things very difficult for the Australians there. Munro-Cook inbound to Dodd. Ten seconds on the shot clock for Australia. Dodd from distance. Lang. Oh, it's a crucial touch that was from Dodd, who tracked back extremely quickly. Really vital interception from the Australian number 6. That's where the collision came between Breuer and Sabeljak. Mary Friday, 23-year-old on the court. Perth Wildcats player, has experienced playing in Japan before at the Osaka Cup back in 2019, as Germany have another. Miller on target, 11-5. All of the players in wheelchair basketball have a numerical classification based on the medical assessment of the nature of their impairment. And the total number of points allowed on the court at any one time is 14. So the coaches have to be very assiduous in making sure that they haven't transgressed and got too many players who have, for example, a 4 or 4.5 rating. And that can lead to some interesting tactical decisions when making the switches in the sport. Sometimes you have to take off more than one player in order to bring on the player that you want to, as Australia call their first time out.
Together. Stop making bad decisions. You pushed into 3 defenders. But why? Like, be smart, space the court. Defensively, last possession, we've got two, you've got three over here. We're defending, three over.
Well, the instruction from Craig Friday very clear. Make better decisions. Easier said than done when the game is being played at that degree of pace. Sometimes there's nothing worse than watching the sport from this kind of distance, from having such a lovely clear view of the court, seeing everything from our privileged position of having a total picture of the court and the field of play. And when you see the close-up camera angle sometimes, it just reminds of how poor the level of visibility is for players down at ground level, how little they can actually see of the space emerging, and also how fast the play is unfolding. Back on the 36-year-old Shelley Cronow. Been her dream for 13 years to make it to the Paralympic Games, and she has done just that as Lang makes the basket. That's really well played from Katharina Lang. 2 out of 2 for the Munich-based player, who has also spent a lot of time at the University of Alabama, like quite a few of the German players have. Gone out to Munro Cook, 10 seconds on the shot clock for the Australians. This is really good work, and just wasn't quite able to find the basket, Cronow, but linking up well with Munro Cook. It will still be Australian possession. Restarted by Sarah Vinci. Goes back from Munro Cook to Vinci, now to Cronow. Vinci. Time was running out.
Second violation.
Vinci, one of the silver medalists from London for Australia. 29-year-old, made a national team debut a decade ago. Much respected player. It's her opposite number, Miller. Turns well. It's tidy play, it's great play from Miller. The setup was beautiful. The finish was exact and precise. But really, that was Miller's magnificent work. Good counter, good breakaway from Australia. Kronya under some pressure from the Germans. Vinci likewise. Got to regroup here, Australia, to meaningfully get a shot, and this is good defensive play from the German team. Vinci, and it was all in the end restricted to be very ambitious from Australia. That was great defensive movement from the team in white.
Substitution for Australia coming in, number 14, Ella Sablejack, and number 15, Amber Merritt.
Ella Sablejack and Amber Merritt back on the court. But just a moment ago, that lovely play from the German team with Breuer converting from Miller's superb setup. That's brilliant work, almost unnoticed. Miller arriving, perfect timing, superb pattern to the German play. They lead by 12. It's becoming tougher and tougher for Australia as we pass beyond the halfway mark of this first period. Cronow, women away for Lang. Germany from the rebound to try to further their advantage. Sablejack doing really well. recovered possession. And that's great play from Australia. Sabljak setting up Merritt. All of that coming from the hard work of the number 14. And it cuts the lead to 10 points for Germany, but it is a considerable advantage. And how big a part she has played in that. But that was all down to the hard work of Ella Sabljak. Didn't allow Germany the counter-attacking opportunity. That was the glorious bit of link-up play from Miller onto Breuer. One of the showpiece moments, really, so far. Meanwhile, at the other end, it's Miller. Oh, superb. Did you doubt it? Not for a moment. Nod of approval, applause from Lisa Bergenthal watching on. Germany re-established the 12-point advantage. Here is Merritt. The Sabljak to Merritt. Released it quickly, set up really well for Munro Cook. That was good decision-making from Amber Merritt in the first instance. Player born in Portsmouth in Great Britain. Silver medalist at the Games in London in 2012. And she's spoken, Merritt, of her devastation at not making Rio, seeing so many of her teammates step away from the game. Lang. Penalised was Sarah Vinci. Germany lead by 11 points in this first period. Often the architect of the break is Amber Merritt. Might have to do it all herself at the moment. Not many clear options. One of them is Sabljak, but only momentarily. And in the end, Merritt did have to go it alone. Lang to Miller. Just covers so much court. Brilliant vision. What a delivery that was to Breuer. 10 seconds for Germany. Miller. That time well read by Merritt. And that's good recovering of possession by Australia. Haven't been many occasions, that may be the first, when they've managed to stop Germany from actually getting the shot in during the clock. Great arrival, super from Cronau. Beautiful timing in not just the shot, but just getting into the paint in just the right time. Tasha Ovens, the 23-year-old Perth Wildcats player, works as an administrator for visibility and organisation, providing support for people with visual impairments as Lang finds the target. Another of the University of Alabama players, Katarina Lang. Much to ponder for Craig Friday. At the lovely work from Merritt through to Georgia Munro-Cook. Isabel Martin watching on, 22-year-old from Melbourne. Another of the fine academics in the Australian team. Actually, when you look across both of these nations, the extraordinary academic background of these athletes, so many of the players have managed to combine elite level sport with elite level academia and scholarship. Some of them still doing exactly that. And there is one of them, who is Amber Merritt, a mental health advocate for AIS Lifeline Community Custodians. Munro-Cook, the PhD student. And on the court is Lara Fust, 30-year-old player from Munich. It's she that was penalised for the foul on Munro-Cook. Very good swimmer, very good hand cycler is Fust. No success for Munro-Cook. She had 2 out of 7 in free throw accuracy against Japan. Beautiful play. Lang missing out after Miller's delivery. Quick, insightful work though from Germany as we approach the final minute of this first period. Merritt. Super movement from Merritt. He's going to have to go it alone, does so. That is virtuoso play from Amber Merritt. Terrifically done.
Germany's foul number 12, her first team score.
Back on Jess Cronje.
Number 5, Jessie Cronje.
Gone out to Merritt. Just scored that wonderful basket. Is dispossessed. Will be Germany ball.
Number 15 for Australia, Amber Merritt, her third. Coming in for Australia, number 8, Georgia Munro-Cook.
Germany restarting things with half a minute to go in the first period. It's Miller with space. Looks around for the arriving options. Instead, it's got to be Miller on her own. Couple of contacts with the rim and away. Germany with an extra 14 seconds and used wisely by Katharina Weiss. 24-13. Is there one last chance for Australia? There will likely be, but it was really too much of time pressure for Shelley Cronau, and consequently at the conclusion of the first quarter it is Germany 24, Australia 13. 11-point advantage for Germany, and they're looking in some control of this contest in Group A of the women's wheelchair basketball competition at Tokyo 2020, the Paralympics. Real accuracy from Germany with their 2-pointers. Look back at the strongest moments in this first quarter. Strong performance by Germany in the first quarter. 11-point advantage over the Gliders. The second quarter is underway in this Group A match in the women's wheelchair basketball competition at the Paralympics in Tokyo, and we start as we concluded with Miller on target. 12-point for her. Looking hugely impressive so far. Here's Cronau. Player who watched the Paralympics in Beijing, was recovering from a crushed spinal cord and fractured skull at the time. The games, she said, showed her that way forward. It was watching Beijing that made her dream of becoming a Paralympian. 13 years later, the dream accomplished. Saddlejack. 100 appearances for the national team, committing the foul. Annabelle Breuer wearing number 12, and the rebound put away by Catalina Lang. 10th point of the game for her. Gone out. Really good. They're outnumbering the Australians and surely will convert. Miller started and finished. 14 for her, 31 for Germany. Munro Cook, good spot for Saddlejack. Must score. Oh, that was unfortunate. Just drifted across the rim. Brilliant counter-attack. Oh, that's a crucial touch. Well intercepted, Cronje, because that was looking dangerous. Cronje into the paint and was impeded by Miller. And Jess Cronje did really well. Melberg on for Australia. Another PhD student in cancer biology, polarity and tissue architecture after her undergraduate studies in biomedical science at La Trobe University. Well, this is a great opportunity for Miller to go it alone, and you never really suspected there'd be any other outcome than that being put away. And it is now Germany who are 20 to the good. But the moment that went loose, the moment it was in Miller's hands, there would have been a rather sinking feeling for the gliders. They are objects of extraordinary technological design, the wheelchairs used in this sport. About 10 pounds lighter than they were many years ago in the earlier days of wheelchair basketball, made of aircraft aluminium or titanium. Very strong, very light, and as I'm sure you will have noticed, they have 6 wheels, allowing the players to balance, to pivot. Miller, what a pass from Miller, that's outrageous. And it's beautifully finished by Breuer. But Mareike Miller's delivery was sensational. What a way to absolutely unlock the court in an instant. And it's the second timeout called by Craig Friday. You can understand why. They're really up against it now.
Back to the game, went by once, Hannah was wide open, then as she turned the corner, the shot and ball got blocked. No safety, we give up the layup. You can't even make the fucking pass from there to there. Then we want to tap out this and say, oh, fuck, das durch, bis zum Schluss, auf geht's. Ihr seid so selbstbewusst, dass ihr fast break minutes. Good job.
Well, let's just enjoy that again. That was absolutely beautiful play from Miller. Just an extraordinary player. Good finish too from Breuer. 5 points from her. Miller, scorer of 16. Provider of about 16,000 by the looks of things from those replays. Always involved. The contrast in atmosphere, looking at both teams during the timeout, as strong a contrast as one sees on the scoreboard, and just nothing quite going right for Cronau there. The Australian players nodding heads, frowning, acknowledging there's a lot to do still as Mary Friday comes on. Meanwhile, Dennis Knoll didn't have a great deal to say to his players, as we see Barbara Gross just concluded by saying good job. And why not? Munro Cook. Taken well by Melberg, couldn't finish. Miller. Draws the foul. Melberg impeding the 31-year-olds. Closing in now, Miller on 300 appearances for the national team. Extraordinary achievement. One of a large number of high appearers, real veterans for the team. No success from Gross. Miller. Picked up by Dodd from the rebound. Munro Cook. Australia just looking for shape in this attack. Got to rethink Munro Cook where she goes with 10 seconds left. Cronau. Melberg. Cronau, they're going to have to shoot and shoot fast. It was all just a little bit frantic towards the last for Australia. And again, it's well defended by the Germans. Anna Patzwald wearing number 7 for Germany as Maya Lindholm, who's another player closing in on 300 appearances, delivers it to Gross, who delivers a couple of points for Germany, her first of these games. 37-13, the gap grows and grows. Hannah Dodd, the 29-year-old Sydney University Flames player. It is her Paralympic debut in wheelchair basketball, but she was a very fine equestrian dressage competitor in London. It's a remarkable story, actually. I'll come back to it later because Germany are not in the mood to give people breaks for narrative. They're writing their own story here. Foul by Melberg. Miller. Very versatile athlete. Very fine tennis player, lacrosse player, good kayaker. He's a most accomplished graphic designer and web designer too. Played up by Lindholm, who is on the board as Germany go one away from 40. We're beyond halfway in the second quarter. Good vision to find Dodd, who was under a lot of pressure from Katharina Weiss. Too much pressure. Weiss, another of the skilled multi-sport athletes in the German team. It's a very fine skier. Possession lost. Just eluded Natalie Alexander. Everywhere you look across these two teams, you've got somebody who excels in another sport. Natalie Alexander, a sailor. Lindholm, 10 seconds to do something with it, and she has done something with it. Oh, nearly. Weiss not quite able to convert. It's stolen back by Germany, really well recovered. They'll get another chance. Miller, excellent vision by Miller once more. It goes to Gross, it's converted, and Germany getting reward for their industry. Quick recovery of possession for the Germans, and the gap is looking a very tricky one for the gliders. That's good play though to Dodd. Dodd does beautifully. Super finish from Hannah Dodd. Yes, she had a chance meeting with the former national team head coach in London as she was retiring from dressage. And they said, keep yourself busy, play a bit of wheelchair basketball, why don't you? She's played more than a bit now. Closing in on 100 appearances for the national team. And joining that remarkable club of those who have represented their country in more than one sport at the Paralympic Games. Space for the aforementioned Dodd to Alexander. Nearly just had to recover possession. On the subject of which possession has been recovered by Australia, by Amber Merritt, who's done well. Goes to Dodd. Dodd who heads for the line.
Germany's foul number 4.
Miller with the foul.
Germany's substitution, number 8.
Second foul by Miller. But Dennis Knoll must be really encouraged by what he's seen so far. Dodd gets the first. Merritt from the rebound. Australia to 18. Lang. Lindholm. It's going to be Alexander to recover, trying to lead the break for Australia as they look to just remove some of the massive gap that's starting to emerge on the scoreboard. 10 seconds, it's with Munro Cook. Knippelmeyer, the player penalised. Inbound from Dodd. Munro Cook, beautiful stuff. Two-pointer from Georgia Munro Cook, really accurate. Katarina Lang. Lang pressurised by Amber Merritt successfully. Merritt had to become a real leader figure in the team at quite a young age. When so many of her teammates retired after Rio, she's spoken of being so much in denial about the fact she was a leader of the team as she sets up Mary Friday. First points for the 23-year-old. One of the newcomers into the team. And that was her first shooting opportunity. It is with Lena Knippelmeyer from Emden in Lower Saxony. Finds Lang, who finds Germany's 43rd point. Just over a minute to go until the halfway mark of the contest. Here is Amber Merritt. Finding Munro Cook. And jubilation on the sidelines from Australia as the foul was committed by Lang.
Germany's foul number 14,
Knippelmeyer, actually, who was committing the foul from behind. Five points in this game from Georgia Munro Cook. Score of 16 against Japan. Super spot for Weiss. Friday making it difficult. Knippelmeyer into the paint, setting up Patzwald. It's great teamwork from the Germans. Anna Patzwald, 4 points for her. Very accomplished occupational therapist, the number 7 for Germany. Graduate of the School of Occupational Therapy in Bielefeld.
Germany's foul number 11, Maya Lindholm, her first.
Linton committing her first personal foul. Impeding Amber Merritt. Lovely technique from Merritt. Super work from Australia's Amber Merritt, who has 9 points. Top scorer for Australia. As we have just about 20 seconds left until the halfway mark of this meeting between Germany and Australia in the group stage of the women's wheelchair basketball competition at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Merritt looking for Dodd. One last opportunity to come perhaps for Australia. Goes to Friday, just bounces away. It was a good spot from Dodd. Germany calling the timeout with 3 seconds to go. They will cultivate one last opportunity for themselves before the halfway mark. 20-point lead for Dennis Knowles' team. Just 3 seconds remain in this second quarter. And it brings us to the halfway point of this match between Germany and Australia. And Germany are looking superb. They lead 45-25 over the gliders. Despite the efforts of Amber Merritt, who scored 9 of those 25 points for Australia. It's quite some way back now for Craig Friday's team. They are up against a fearsome Germany side. And they've been led by the outstanding work of Mareike Miller and Katharina Lang, player on the right, scorer of 12 points. Barbara Gross, who she's chatting to, score of 4. And this is how Germany went about establishing such a commanding lead at the break. (45-25), Germany with a handsome lead at the halfway mark of this match in Group A of the women's competition at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. More to come though. Can Australia mount what would be an unlikely and sensational comeback? We shall find out in just a moment. The third quarter shortly to begin in this match between Germany and Australia in Group A of the women's wheelchair basketball competition at the 2020 Summer Paralympics. And the venue is the Musashino Forest Sport Plaza in the Chofu area of Tokyo. And the score is 45-25 in favour of the team in white, silver medalists from Rio. They're quite a team, they're playing well. They're led by the captain, Mareike Miller. Points up from Munro Cook. 7 points for her in this game so far. Top scorer for Australia is Amber Merritt with 9. Munro Cook joins Dodd at the 7-point mark as here come Germany with Katharina Lang. Lang finding Svenja Meyer, it doesn't drop. Yet to get on the score sheet. Through nicely to Dodd. This is good play. Sabeljak, Merritt. That would have been a real morale boost for Australia if they managed to get 4 early points without reply in this third quarter. Instead, it's plenty of space for Breuer. Recaptured by Australia. Merritt working fiercely hard, as is always the case with her. 28-year-old from Portsmouth. Merritt has to go back to Sabeljak. Munro Cook will shoot. Just a couple of missed opportunities for Australia. They've started so positively in this third quarter. Here is Lang. Miller. Meyer. 10 seconds to the 24. Germany just not quite finding their range. Australia have got to capitalise. They've got to punish the Germans now. Merritt. The door has just been opened a touch for Australia. Good couple of minutes here and the game becomes really alive for them. Sabeljak. Munro Cook. Delivers impressively with a fraction of a second left. Something for Australia to really get behind now. They've started the third quarter well. Meyer to Katharina Lang. This time the foul committed by frustrated Hannah Dodd. Said she started playing just for fun, just for enjoyment. But says of herself she should have known better because she's such a competitive person. Three fouls now for Dodd, has to be careful. Just 1 out of 2 for Miller, but it gives Germany their first on the board. Lovely to have some local youngsters here, some schools attending the Paralympic Games. So many of the wheelchair basketball players at the Games, indeed players of all sports, have spoken of just how important school was for them in many cases in affording them their first opportunity to not just play the sport, but actually see it, know it exists. It's one thing to have an aptitude for something, to develop a passion for it. You've got to discover that it's out there in the first instance, and that's why it's such a fine thing that some young people have had the chance to come and watch as Germany recapture possession with Miller, and that's what she does so well. Gathered it up most impressively. Germany, perhaps with that single attack, back on track as Merritt moves up court. That one dropped it in and out. Merritt will go to the line. Such pace, Miller, but great control as well when moving at pace. Four out of 6 on free throws for Merritt. Best success rate of anyone in the Australia team so far. And only Katharina Lang, who's 4 out of 5, has done more.
Substitution for Australia, number 21, Mary Friday.
Mary Friday coming on. She has looked like a really useful addition to Craig Friday's team. Georgia Munro-Cook gone out. Time expires for Australia. Dennis Knoll impressed there visibly with his team's defensive work. Lang. Good spot to Miller. Such good control. Always seems to find exactly the right pass. Rebounds to the attacking team, but they cannot convert. Just a small drop perhaps in Germany's level. That high level they established in the first half of the match. Regathered by Cronau. And the shot is converted by who else? Amber Merritt's score of 18 against Japan. Score of 12 in this contest. She's proving to be the big hitter in terms of points on the board for Australia. As expected, real leader figure in the team. Lang. No. Oh, it's a great reach from Merritt. Super defensive control. Munro-Cook, this is very good from Australia. 14 points, the gap. Trailed by 20 at the halfway mark. Germany calling a timeout, and that is an indication for Australia that what they're doing is working. Unerring accuracy from the impressive Munro-Cook. Perhaps just a slightly more serious atmosphere to the German timeout this time. Australia have started the second half of this contest well. What can those two, Miller and Lang, do to combat this resurgence from the team in green? The gliders have picked up the speed. Boyer. Boyer inbound to Miller. Miller to Lang. Plenty of time here, but the shot is rebounding, as is often the case, to Amber Merritt, who goes from defence to attack with a rapidity. Great spot, great movement. Dodd, oh, couldn't get it. It's a lovely move from Australia. Dodd arriving with exquisite timing. The finish did not match. Mayer. There is no doubt that Germany were a touch rattled. They can't quite finish from positions in which they were scoring with almost flawless accuracy in the first half. Friday did well. Lang to Miller. Again, it's off the rim and back into an Australian pair of hands. Not Merritt on that occasion, but she picks it up. Moves it to Dodd. Back to Merritt. Must do. Does. 12 points. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. This is something from Australia. Lang. Miller, lovely turn, opens up the space. Germany have got one through Svenja Mayer, and it came from Miller's unlocking of the defence. But Merritt once more. Munro Cook, they look so much more confident now, the Australian team, as there's a tangle of wheels in the paint. Conau and Boyer. Desperate just to keep the momentum, keep the game going. This was the link-up play. Merritt, Dodd, Merritt. What a performance it's been from Amber Merritt. 14 points she scored. Munro Cook. Merritt. Not that time. Crucial counter-attacking chance for the Germans with Katharina Lang. Doesn't have too many options, but when one of them is Miller, it's always a good option. Play pulled back.
Australia's foul number 7, Shelley Cronau, her second, team second.
Second foul for Shelley Cronau. Lang. Great arrival and finish from Miller. Steadier from Germany. One just wonders about some of those early chances for Australia in the third quarter. What an impact it might have had if they'd managed to convert those right at the beginning. They've done well. They need to do even more.
Substitution for Australia, number 4, Sarah Vinci.
Sarah Vinci back on the court. Twice been the MVP in her class nationally, along with 3 times in the All-Star 5 at domestic level. And here is Vinci. Germany defending well. Lang with the interception. It goes to Miller. Miller covering a lot of court with Lang arriving. Great spot and almost a great finish. Merritt, beautiful to Dodd. The layup is collected by Cronau. Vinci does well. Australia still have a little time remaining.
Substitution for Germany, number 14,
It's been a fascinating third quarter. It's changed the dynamic of the game. Has it changed it sufficiently? That is what we do not know yet. Munro Cook, it's already been brought back. Nippelmeyer, the player, penalised. A wince from Dennis Knoll. Georgia Munro Cook, this is very important, and it dropped in and out. Thought about it, didn't it? 4 fouls now for Breuer. It's just a single. Georgia Munro Cook. Germany have just slightly stalled the momentum of Australia. It's been a good eroding of the deficit, but the numbers do not favour Australia in terms of how quickly they are or aren't making it up. They've got to do more. Well, they've done a lot. Merritt struggles to control, pivots well. That's great play from Merritt. Oh, what a finish from Vinci. Excellent play for her first 2. Got a couple against Japan as well. Graduate of Digital Media Productions from the Technical and Further Education Institute of New South Wales. Meyer. Again, no success. Big minute coming up for Australia. It's asking a lot of Cronau, too much.
Substitution for Germany, number 6, Catalina Weiss.
Marina Weiss returns. For the moment, Annabelle Breuer departing. Miller. Meyer. Vinci. Munro Cook to bring it up court for Australia. 20 seconds. Fascinating when you talk to Sarah Vinci about the start she made in the sport. She began as a 6-year-old. Right away, right at the start, she was hit in the head by the ball. It took her 2 years to want to go back, and mainly for her, it was the social aspect of playing the sport that gradually drew her back in, as so often happens for young people with a team sport. Good job too as well. What a key player she's been for the Australian Paralympic team over the years, as Isabel Martin comes on alongside Jess Cronje. Miller. Lindholm. Run out. Can they get one last attack in Australia? going to be a real race to do it. Cronau going to have to be a big effort from distance, not close from Munro Cook, but all things considered, that is a strong third quarter from Australia. They have managed to remove 7 points of the deficit. Still, it is Germany's game, but questions have been asked. It's going to be an enthralling final quarter. 52-39. The accuracy improving for Australia, but more significantly perhaps, the accuracy really decreasing for Germany. That was not at the level they established in the first half at the Musashino Forest Sport Plaza. Let's look back at easily Australia's finest 10 minutes so far. Well, it is a fascinating match. It's set up for a real barnstormer of a final quarter. Let's see what unfolds as Australia, chasing the game, have possession. They started the third really well. If they can do that now in the fourth, as Cronau misses, they can just get it to a single number in terms of the deficit, then Germany may begin to worry, to wonder, to doubt. Gross, important attack this for Germany, and who else but her? Had to be, didn't it? Mareike Miller. Back to a 15-point game. Munro Cook, regathered by Cronau. That's a great steal from Miller. Lindholm one-on-one. And arriving is Miller with supervision. She's so calm in possession, just waits for the right opportunity at all times. It was Padsvold who couldn't convert. Timeout has been called by Craig Friday. Perhaps just wanting almost a reset of the quarter. Chance for Australia to take a breath and come back out. Ready to attack that Germany lead, which they did so well in the third. Well, how she has delivered so far, Amber Merritt. Done a lot of work with the sports psychologist in recent years. Has been very honest about her own struggles. It's a great example for any young athlete. Georgia Munro-Cook. Merritt. Ten seconds. Merritt to Dodd. Good spot. Dodd's got a lot of work to do from under the basket. That was a difficult shot. Angle didn't really favour her. Lindholm. Lindholm once more from Miller. That's a great pass from Gross. Miller couldn't convert. She gets the rebound and is fouled. Sabeljak's second foul. Miller does manage the second, 50-50. Dodd goes to Merritt. Merritt with 10, shoots and scores. Good decision that from Amber Merritt. There wasn't an obvious option. She gets her 16th point of the game. 2 away from what she managed against Japan, as Australia are 14 away from Germany with under 8 minutes remaining. Gross. Miller arrives out of nowhere and scores. So hard to spot. She just drifts into the right position. Germany 57, Australia 41. Munro-Cook into the paint. And on the scoreboard once more. 14 points for her as Australia are doing everything they can to make this a competitive final quarter. Germany's first outing of the games. Australia's second. They lost to Japan in their first match. 5 teams in the group. Top 4 go through to the quarterfinals. Lindholm does beautifully. Excellent play for her 4th point. One of the players who got the gold in London. Munro-Cook over the top, and it's Miller who gathers. Lindholm. Miller, great timing to Gross. That was an excellent bit of bridge work from Miller, linking her teammates. Barbara Gross for her 6th point. Here's Merritt at the other end. Good counter work from Australia. What an important basket that could be. Nonetheless, it's Germany's game. There's no doubt about that. Unless something really transformative happens in the next 6 minutes. Miller is closing in on 30 points. It's an extraordinary tally. Dodd. Merritt. It's going to be gathered by Lindholm. Gross. Miller goes into Sabeljak. Does pick it up nonetheless. Breakaway opportunity for Australia. Merritt will go it alone, will score. Amber Merritt. 20th point for her. Lindholm Swatted away by Merritt, but only as far as her opposite number, Gross, who scores. She's starting to really establish a presence in this game. Barbara Gross, really accurate. Only missed one shot so far. There's the player who's on 28 points so far, Mareike Miller. Monroe Cook. Merritt. Oh, yes, indeed. Amber Merritt with the three. The first one we've had. Only the second three-pointer that's been attempted, I think. And then Linton gets a couple back. So Germany have really steadied themselves in this fourth and final quarter. 17-point advantage. Looking reasonably safe now. What a lot of work though from Shelley Cronau. Such a great athlete. Super conditioning.
Substitution for Australia, number 4, Sarah Vinci, and for Germany, number 9,
Now
the first back on. Started playing the sport at 17 at Munster University Hospital. As the Germany move to a 19-point advantage, and along with that, Mareike Miller has 30 points on her own in this game. What a performance from the captain.
We got the under the floor, we shake the layup. We don't want to continue to do what we're doing well. Does my head in why you just won't stick to the detail?
And it's chair position as a group. We can't pull back up so deep.
Position is always chasing out in the corner to give up the line. All of a sudden you start chasing out the line. We're our own West End.
Tale of two athletes. Merritt, 23 points, Miller, 30. And a dot. First, making things really difficult for Dodd. She's managed to get a bit of space to work into the paint, and almost a score. That was unforgiving. Miller. Dodd did so well. She was so patient. Miller providing it, and first, getting her first. Germany have 71. The gap now has grown from where it was at the half-time interval. It's a very good fourth and final quarter from Germany. You expect that from them. They know how to see out games. They know how to deal with a fight back from their opponents. You can't win as much as they have won without that ability. That's great pace from Cronau, because there was a real danger from Katharina Weiss on the break. Now the first with the foul. Merritt. Monroe Cook. Brie Melberg and Tasha Ovens making their way out onto the court as time runs out for Craig Friday's team, but not for want of trying. Monroe Cook. Vinci. Oh, she does ever so well. Under massive pressure and converting superbly. Looked around, saw there was no option, had to go it alone. The ball took a moment to make a decision. Dropped to their delight. Now can she add to that, having been clearly fouled in the build-up? Fenya Maya, the player who committed the foul. And this Bergenthal is on for the first time in this match. No joy for Vinci that time. Maya. Bergenthal, the player, down as Fürst gets it back from Lang and scores. That's good decision making from Laura Fürst. Monroe Cook, good spot, Merritt. She's been so good when alone in front of the basket. Amber Merritt goes to 25 points. As we have a minute and a half left of this match between Germany and Australia, two of the greatest nations to play the sport. Lang, Bergenthal. They're just going to get the shot in, using every last second. Laura Fürst finishing the game so strongly as for the first time Miller watches on. Jess Cronje back on for Australia. Her technique has developed enormously since she first began playing the sport. Really used to struggle with pivoting. Has always had terrific endurance, terrific pace. Very good track and field athlete and fine swimmer as well. Here is Cronje. 5 seconds for Merritt to do something. Oh, and has she? That was something from Amber Merritt. If it falls to anyone with just a few seconds left, you want it to be her, don't you? But that's very calm from Katharina Lang. Gets her 14th point of the game as there's half a minute to go, and Germany are going to end up with a reasonably comfortable victory despite a good fight back from Australia. Tasha Ovens does really well. Ovens getting her first score of these Paralympic Games. First time she's been on the board at Paralympic level. We'll not forget that, even though the outcome will be one they will want to forget. As Miller now watches on, is Merritt going to be able to catch her? It's an enjoyable mini battle, isn't it, between those two? If Australia are to lose, and let us be frank, that is what is going to happen, then They're going to lose in a stylish way. They're going to lose in an attacking way. They're going to lose having played some exciting, exhilarating wheelchair basketball. But it is so difficult to beat Germany. So few ever manage to do it. Right from the start, Germany established a commanding lead. Pressure put on by Isabel Martin. But there'll be no further time for Australia, despite a resilient showing in the second half, especially in the third quarter. It is Germany who have seen off the challenge of Australia, 77-58. And at the heart of it all, as is so often the case, was Mareike Miller, scorer of 30 points, provider of so many more. A great team performance from Germany. Katharina Lang as well, scorer of 14. And really key in the latter portion of the match was Barbara Gross, wearing number 15, scorer of 8 points. It's a great win for Germany, their first of these games. It's their first match. Australia winless after 2, despite giving it absolutely everything they had. It finishes, therefore, Germany 77, Australia 58. Germany starting the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games, as a team like Germany tends to do, with a victory. And for Australia, hope not lost. This will be a very positive debrief from Dennis Knoll. That is how things currently look in Group A of the women's wheelchair basketball competition, with Australia the only nation so far to have played 2. But it's early days, very early days. Top 4 advance to the quarter-final stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the International Paralympic Committee in Tokyo 2020 welcome you to Musashino Forest Sport Plaza for the Women's Paralympic Wheelchair Basketball Competition.
さあ皆さんこんにちは。本日は東京2020パラリンピック競技大会車椅子バスケットボール競技大会武蔵野森総合スポーツマンザイをご紹介して誠にありがとうございます。
Our next game features Great Britain and Japan, scheduled to start at 11:15.
この後の試合はですね、日本対英国の試合がこの後11時15分予定しております。 拍手でお送りください。
And now, please welcome Japan to the floor.
続いて日本代表選手入場です。大きな拍手をお送りください。
Let's now take a quick look at a key player from each team, starting with Great Britain's number 11, Matty Thompson.
さあ、ドラマ試合を行います日本代表、そしてイギリス大リーグ Aリーグの両チームからキープレーヤーを紹介しています。まずは Aリーグ 代表10番マージェリー・トンプソンです。
She fell in love with the speed and high-impact nature of the sport when she was 10 years old and was invited to a Sheffield Steelers training session. She started in 2009 for Great Britain's national team, and she's making her second appearance at the Paralympic Games.
まずマージェリー・トンプソン選手は10歳の時にシューティングスティーガーズにトレーニングに招待され、その後ですね、2009年、イギリスの来日となります。今回のパラリンピックは2回目の登場ということで、昨日は11得点ですが、さらに得点を上げると活躍が期待されます。
And now for Japan, number 12, Ikumi Fuji.
さあ、続いては日本代表は10番藤井郁美選手です。
So she's the team captain. She started playing for the national team in 2005. She was named an all-star part player at the Emperor's Cup in 2017, 2018, and 2019. She's making her first appearance at the Paralympic Games.
さあ、藤井選手はですね、このチームをそういう一日としてキャプテンとして引っ張ってきましたけど、2005年からですね、代表でプレーし、天皇杯では2017、18年、19年、ベスト5に入っております。昨日のですね、勝利、そして今日も連勝できるんですね、ぜひ皆さん応援していただければと思います。
Thank
They've been champions everywhere, and now they're champions in Rio.
The warmest of welcomes to you indeed to the Musashino Forest Sport Plaza in Tokyo, Japan. And this meeting between Japan and Great Britain in Group A of the women's wheelchair basketball competition at the 2020 Summer Paralympics. A fine start for the host nation. A 73-47 win over Australia. For Great Britain, a similar margin of defeat to Canada. Can Japan continue their impressive momentum? Can they make it 2 out of 2? Can Great Britain reverse their fortunes and pick up a win? It is Japan's place. Tokyo, the home city for so many of these players. With that comes pressure, comes expectation. A look at the Great Britain team. Charlie Moore wearing a number 4 first out onto the court. Score of 8 points in the game against Canada. Maddie Thompson wearing number 11. Score of 11 points against the Canadians. Laurie Williams wearing number 8. Score of 8. Certainly plenty of attacking potential in the Great Britain lineup. Some big scorers. But Japan, even more so the case for them in their performance against Australia. There is delight in the wheelchair basketball players of the world that they're actually back out on court again after such a delay. And I'm sure you're feeling much the same. It's a great pleasure to have your company wherever you're joining this from and whoever it is you're supporting as we look at the Japan team led out by Zaima Izumi wearing number 2. Nakimoto Amane, who was the second player behind Zaima, scored 8 against Australia. But the big scorers for Japan were worryingly for Great Britain, very evenly spread. Akino Mayo, Fuji Ikumi, Amimoto Mari and Kitara Chihiro all scoring in double figures. And it's now time for the national anthems of Great Britain and Japan.
The national anthems of Great Britain and Japan.
それでは両国国歌の演奏です。はじめに英国国歌、続いて日本国国歌の演奏です。
It has been a thoroughly impressive start by the host nation as they return to competing in wheelchair basketball at the Paralympic Games. They're in a good mood, and why not? Can they continue? And what of Great Britain, who need a turnaround in their fortunes? Some strong features, very strong features of their performance against Canada. But it must change now as Karsten Rehling, the referee, is flanked by his team. Captain of the Great Britain side, Amy Conroy, 28-year-old from Norwich, but based at the Sheffield Steelers in her third Olympic Games. And there, Maddie Thompson. Another of the Sheffield Steelers players missed the games in Rio as she was starting a family. Competed in London. Fuji Ikumi for Japan, the captain, plays for the Scratch team. More on them in just a short while. They're a fascinating team with a really interesting history. As we look at the starting lineup for Great Britain, Joy Hazelden wearing 14, scored 6 against Canada. Amy Conroy scorer of 4. Roy Williams scorer of 8. Scoring 7 is Helen Freeman, 4 times Paralympian. Simon Fisher takes charge. Japan's starting lineup. The captain, Fuji Ikumi, wearing number 12. Asian Para Games silver medalist in 2018, scored 13 against the Australian team. 38-year-old returns after playing in the team that competed in Beijing and was fourth in 2008. Really the central pillar of the team. Iwasa Yoshiaki is the head coach of the Japanese team, assisted by Tachibana Kaori and Yamasaki Sayaka. (15) for Japan, Amimoto Mari, who also played in that team in Beijing in 2008 and also scored 13 points against the Australians. Kitama Yuri, wearing 19 for Japan, is 26 and a more recent addition to the team. But that's only in contrast to those Beijing Olympians. She made her debut a couple of years after them. Sophie Carrigill wearing 5 for Great Britain. Another of the Sheffield Steelers players, competed in Rio as the co-captain of the British team. One of 2 torchbearers at London 2012 in the Great Britain women's wheelchair basketball side. Last opportunities for discussion, for contemplation before the contest begins. Great Britain are in buoyant mood. They'll need to be as they face Japan. From the tap, it's possession to Great Britain, who play from right to left in this women's wheelchair basketball Group A match at the 2020 Paralympic Games. They take on the host nation, who began their campaign with a 73-47 win against Australia. Great Britain losing 73-54 to Canada. 5 teams in the group, the top 4 advance to the quarter-final stage. Japan under shot clock pressure early on. Amimoto goes, and it's rebounded to Helen Freeman to bring it up court for Great Britain. First of 4 10-minute quarters, using a stop clock format. And a little fade away from Conroy, who gets the opening basket. Score of 4 against Canada, and in her 3rd Paralympic Games. Tennis Hagino Mayo from Sendai in the north of Honshu. Beautiful scenic part of Japan. She loves to drive, and we'll come back to that as Japan have managed to just about beat the clock, courtesy of Amimoto Mari. Joy Hazelden plays full team for the Great Britain team, moves it on. 8 is Laurie Williams. Rim rebounding to Amimoto. Fuji, the captain. Very quick shooter. Sort of player who can do a lot with just a second or 2 left on the clock. Amimoto. Fuji, he's going to be tested now. Passes, just made its way away from Kitama Yui. Good timing, though, from Kitama arriving in the paint. If you're new to watching the sport of wheelchair basketball, as this is going to be surely converted by Williams. That's great play from Great Britain. Quick counter-attacking work. Laurie Williams in her 3rd games. The players have 24 seconds, or the team has 24 seconds from first possession to get their shot away. If they shoot and get possession on the rebound, they get 14 seconds additionally, or a fresh 14 seconds, I should say. So shot clock pressure here on Japan, going from distance. For the 3-pointer was Hagino Mayo. So that crucial counter that you see that's now on 15 is one to always keep an eye on. Eye on the basket from Laurie Williams, who was unerring in her accuracy. Made her national team debut in 2009 at the European Championships in Stoke Mandeville, the spiritual home of wheelchair basketball. That's great play. Amimoto to Fuji. Captain converts. There, an example of just how quick a shooter that she is. Williams, a little high. Captain takes it up court. Good spot to Hagino Mayo. There, the basket from Amimoto Mari. And this, the link up between Amimoto and Fuji. Superb play. Seconds ticking away, and a little too much shot clock pressure there perhaps for Japan. Helen Freeman is 7-4. Great Britain goes to Williams. Hazelden adjusting herself was Conroy, and as a result, time is just starting to tick away. It's going to go back to Conroy. She's well positioned now. Now the shot clock resets to 14. And that is going to be a foul. Committed by Yanagimoto Amane.
Japan's foul number 15.
Well, correction on that. Amimoto Mari, the player who committed a foul. Conroy does beautifully. Already 4 points for captain Amy Conroy. Space for the shots. Yanagimoto Amane not able to exploit that, as Great Britain will look to increase their advantage. It's a promising start for Great Britain. Conroy. Hagino. Morimoto. Yanagimoto goes to Hagino Mayo. Fuji. And the shot is converted with aplomb by Amimoto. One of the Beijing players from 2008. She was the MVP at last season's Empress Cup. Graduate of Osaka International University. On the stretch was Williams going to Conroy, and it worked well. Williams punching the air after that pass was converted by Amy Conroy. Conroy, another university graduate, a lot of them out on the court today. Social psychology, Bachelor of Science degree from Loughborough University, a renowned sports institution in the UK. Under the basket, Amimoto. Picked up by Helen Freeman to counter for Great Britain, who have a 4-point advantage beyond the halfway mark of this first quarter. Hazelden. Laurie Williams to Amy Conroy. Hazelden, very quick, clever play. Just a little under the basket was Charlie Moore. But that was good work from Joy Hazelden, known to her teammates as the Bundle of Joy. Hagino. Impeded definitely was Amimoto Mari by Conroy. Clearly fouling there. Jude Hamer on. Nearly dispossessed, but regathering. Amimoto used up a lot of seconds though. The shot's going to have to come now. It does come. It hits the rim and thinks about it and moves out. Fuji Ikumi with the shot. There's real vivacity to the counter-attack. Oh, what a steal that is from Amimoto Mari. Terrific reading of the play. Fuji. Hagino set herself beautifully for that. That was tremendous from the decade-long national team player. Over a decade now, in fact. It's amazing. She took up the sport when she was inspired by a newspaper article about a local player. Thank goodness she picked up the paper that morning. Hagino. 10 seconds for Japan. The shot comes in from Fuji Ikumi and suddenly Japan level. Great response to trailing by 4. Very interesting first quarter we have on our hands. Joy Hazelden, player born in the People's Republic of China, but moved to Southampton when she was 6 years old, down on the south coast of England. Like quite a lot of the Great Britain players, plays for the Coventry Wheelchair Basketball Academy in the Midlands. It's a very fine basketball city, Coventry. Hamer committing the foul. Iwasa Yoshiaki and Simon Fisher watch on from the sidelines. Japan possession with Fuji. Rebounds kindly to Hazelden. Hazelden moves it on and gets it back fast from Freeman. Hazelden, oh what a spot that was to Williams, who couldn't convert, but very vision from Joy Hazelden. Fuji arriving well timed was that Amimoto. And Amimoto gets the two. All of that really started with her great judgment in reading the pass from Fuji. And Japan now lead. They are in fine spirits as a result. Timeout called by the Great Britain camp. Already 6 points on the board for Amimoto Mari. Universal cry of Japan from the Japanese players as they go back out onto the court. And we look at Joy Hazelden, doing a master's degree in health education and promotion at the University of Alabama. Real gathering point, Alabama University, for wheelchair basketball players. A lot of the athletes here in Tokyo call Alabama their second home. More. Hamer. It was Shimizu from the rebound. It's now with Hagino. And fouled was Amimoto Mari by 31-year-old Helen Freeman from Watford. Freeman was the youngest player in the Great Britain team in Beijing, and she made the first of her 4 consecutive Paralympic appearances. It's well placed to Fuji. Never looked like she was going to make it for the moment she released it. A little too much power. Last half a minute and counting in this first quarter. Entertaining game, close game. Hazelden goes to Laurie Williams, and Great Britain are level. Strong performance so far today from Williams. 6 points for her, 6 points for Conroy. And we are level at 12 apiece going into the first break. A tight first quarter between the host nation Japan and Great Britain. Nothing to separate them thus far, and a long way to go in this contest as we head into the second quarter. Japan 12, Great Britain 12 in this Group A match at the Musashino Forest Sport Plaza in wheelchair basketball at the 16th Summer Paralympic Games. The second quarter to begin in a matter of seconds. Japan 12, Great Britain 12. Hitada Chihiro making her way onto the court, the 32-year-old from Hashimoto, a small city in Kansai, which is across the other side of Honshu from where we are in Tokyo, joined by Odajima Rie. The second quarter begins. Japan have possession, and that's a mighty introduction for Odajima Rie. What a lovely delivery from her. She is from Tokyo, the 32-year-old. She has just announced herself in this fixture.
Japan's number 7.
First three-pointer. And it was technically absolutely perfect. She started playing the sport of wheelchair basketball around about the time Tokyo won the 2020 bid, and that just inspired her to make something really serious out of it.
Japan's foul number 2.
And it has worked. Conroy gets the second. 2-point deficit for Great Britain. Japan starting to find a compelling rhythm, looking accurate. Odajima to Tsuchida Mayumi, who scores. Real veteran performer, 44-year-old from the lovely town of Nagahama in Shiga Prefecture in the Kansai area. As Thompson goes off the backboard and rim, and it's rebounded to Robin Love. No joy at all for Great Britain in those two attacks. It's Japan who come forward. Odajima releasing to Tsuchida. Play will be brought back as Odajima is assisted by Maddie Thompson. This went right into Sophie Carrigill. She's spoken extensively, Odajima Rie, about how the sport has helped her so much personally, helped her with a whole range of things. Used to battle with a very difficult eating disorder, and said that it was being an elite athlete that gave her purpose, helped her understand nutrition, helped her develop a different relationship with food. Conroy, just one so far from the free throw line. 25% success rate for her. Hitada, Odajima. As well gathered though by the captain Conroy, who is an ambassador for an organisation called Champion Health that is trying to make all areas of well-being inclusive and accessible. Foul confirmed on Odajima, or by Odajima I should say. Maddie Thompson. Son Zachary will be watching on. Love. Again, Great Britain not getting success in front of the basket. A lot striking the rim. Kitada. 22 is Yasuo Emi. Kitada. This is going to be possibly Japan's. No, just a little too much pace on it for Tsuchida. Good effort nonetheless. Bringing it up court is Thompson. It's with 15, Robin Love. From Ayr in Scotland, but based in Manchester now. Thompson rebounds to Kitada. Japan to bring it up court. Yasuo Emi from Oita in Kyushu Island. Oh, that does just about find its way. It's Kitada Chihiro. Japan now have a 6-point lead over Great Britain. Feels like a long time ago that Great Britain were in a position of advantage. Conroy again. It doesn't quite drop. And again it's Japan with a chance. Kitada. Very quick is Tsuchida. Off the rim and back to Japan. They'll get another 14. Kitada. Odajima. Doesn't she have a lovely fluid shooting action? She was a superb performer at the Empress's Cup earlier this year. Carrigill. Part of the British team, Sophie Carrigill, that won the silver medal at the World Championships in 2018 and the European Championships a year later. But there's going to be another timeout called, by the looks of things, by Great Britain.
Defensively, okay, if we're in section 2 here, we've got to be hard out, we've got to be hard here. In fact, that's not the job, we've got to be hard here. Be aggressive. If they're in section 1, it's a straight jump. Okay? Just slow down, offensively, composure, look at this.
As is often the case with this Japan team, the points pretty evenly distributed across several team members. For Great Britain, just 2 scorers, Conroy with 7 and Williams with 6. The instruction was clear during the timeout for Great Britain, just a little more composure in front of the basket, slowing things down a touch. Kitada. Oh, it was set up well for Yanagimoto, who wasn't a million miles away. Good break from Thompson. Real pace this. It's a great chance as well, and it's cut out by Kitada Chihiro, who's distributed superbly. Japan are countering with such rapidity. That's a beautiful layout from Yanagimoto Amane. Excellent finish from the Kyoto-based player. Again, it was a touch from Kitada that made things difficult for Great Britain. But that last move was an absolute joy from Japan. back on is Laurie Williams, often nicknamed the Whippet by her teammates. She's from Manchester, and the Whippet, I'm sure many of you know, a racing dog that was particularly popular in Lancashire in the 19th century. Known for its extraordinary tenacity and pace. Certainly, those are qualities that Laurie Williams has. She's also a fine academic. She has a first-class honours degree in social psychology, and she has a great chance, and she's converted. There, the pace. Aforementioned pace of Laurie Williams. Master's degree as well in Human Development and Family Studies from Alabama. Rebounded really nicely and kindly to Conroy. Almost looked a touch surprised. That fell right to her. Hazelden, well intercepted by Kitada. Stolen, Japan. Amimoto. Kitada. It is now with Sophie Carrigill. Williams. Hazelden an option, but Williams has to reset and rethink. Conroy. Freeman. That's a great shot from Freeman. Moved to Germany last year to play for the Thuringia Bulls. Graduate of Human Movement Studies at the University of Illinois. She's also got a master's degree in business administration from them, as Iwasa Yoshiaki calls a timeout. Beyond the halfway mark of the second quarter in this Group A women's wheelchair basketball match between the host nation Japan and Great Britain. The second match in the group stage for both of these nations. Real quickness from Amimoto. Hagino. For Kitama to get the shot away. But she was fouled. Well, actually, it was the other way. Too long spent in the paint by Japan. Too much inactivity in the restricted area. It's a great turn from Freeman. Conroy. All of the players in the sport of wheelchair basketball are given a classification number. We'll come back to that as this attack is being built by Amimoto to Kitada. So, for example, the player that you're looking at there, Kitama Yui, has a classification number of 1. Shared by Sophie Carrigill. It goes up to 4.5. And the number depends on the assessment of the severity of the impairment in terms of the context of the sport of wheelchair basketball and the skills required. and only a maximum score of 14 when you add up all of the classification points of your team is allowed on court at any one time. The coaches have to be extremely vigilant for it, as Japan have got to be vigilant here in getting the shot away. In the end, it's just a hit and hope style attempt from Amimoto. There are some domestic forms of wheelchair basketball that do allow a 5.0 category player. That's a player who has an impairment that falls outside of the classification system for the sport of wheelchair basketball. But that's not the case at the Paralympics. And so the number is 14, that magic number that the coaches have to ensure is adhered to. That's from Fuji to Yanagimoto, and it takes its time, but it was worth the wait. Yanagimoto Amane, known as Anna to her teammates and friends. Conroy gets one of her own.
Amy Conroy.
6 points the gap. Yasuo. Yanagimoto. Not that time. Looking for her 6th point of the game, and here is the Great Britain break. With 1:20. It is Williams. Fuji to Amimoto, such a quick player and a really good turner. Her movement is magnificent. Pivots exceptionally well.
Japan's foul number 12, your first.
Foul committed by Fuji Ikumi, 38-year-old from reasonably nearby in Yokohama. Her husband Shingo has played at the Paralympics on 4 occasions. Remarkable, isn't it? 8 Paralympic games shared equally between them as a couple. Hamer scores. The Exeter Otters player, biochemistry graduate from Worcester University, master's degree in pharmacology and biotechnology. 30 seconds and counting for Japan. It's going to be Great Britain with the next attack, courtesy of Helen Freeman's interception. Just 4 points the gap. Can Great Britain get it down to 2 points with this last opportunity? Perhaps it's Hazelden. It doesn't quite go. What can Japan do with 5 seconds left? They're going to get a chance, are they? Not quite. It was Hirai Miki in possession as the buzzer went, and at the half-time interval, it's 25-21. Japan with a narrow advantage, but this is anyone's game. In Group A of the women's wheelchair basketball competition at the 16th Summer Paralympic Games. It's a very entertaining contest. It might not be enormously high scoring, but it is keeping us guessing. She has been enormously high scoring though, in the context of the British team. Laurie Williams alongside Amy Conroy with 8 and 9 points respectively. Japan's Amimoto Mari with 6. And a look back at some of the moments of this second quarter as we have made our way to the half-time break. Just 4 points in it as we make our way to half-time. A lot to come in the next couple of quarters. See you in just a moment for the resumption of Japan and Great Britain in wheelchair basketball at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games.
For their time and dedication toward making Tokyo 2020 a success.
東京2020パラリンピックではたくさんのボランティアの皆さんにサポートいただいております。本日もサポートいただきまして誠にありがとうございます。さあ、本日も協力してくださっておりますボランティアの皆さんです。
the Musashino Forest Sport Plaza in Chofu, Tokyo, hosting this match between Japan, the host nation of the 2020 Summer Paralympics, and Great Britain. It's the women's wheelchair basketball competition, Group A. And it's a close contest. Much still to unfold. Japan trailed early on. They now lead by 4 points. Big scorers for Great Britain have been those two players, Amy Conroy and Laurie Williams. They provided 21 points, 19 of them from those two players. 17 in fact, excuse my mathematics. Helen Freeman and Jude Hamer have each scored one basket. The second half begins. Quarter number 3, Japan in possession, attacking the basket to your left. Foul committed on Amimoto Mari by Charlie Moore.
Great Britain's foul on number 4, Charlie Moore, her second, team's first.
Just 22 more, another of those players who benefited from the British Paralympic Association's Inspiration Programme. Attended the games in London. And there, some inspired youngsters attending the games here in Tokyo. An inspired finish from Amimoto Mari. Japan lead by 5 points. Freeman. Just enough of a touch from Hagino to put off Hazelden. Amimoto will go this one alone. Gathered well by Moore. Hazelden. Just clipped, perhaps, by Kitama. Great Britain with 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Decision needs to be made. Shimizu Chinami, the 38-year-old, another of the players from Nagahama in Shiga Prefecture, along with Tsuchida Mayumi. It's a lovely part of Japan, Nagahama. Really the centre of the traditional performing arts of Japan, that part of the world near the city of Kyoto. Fascinating place to go if you want to study things like the tea ceremony, like calligraphy, flower arranging, martial arts, puppet theatre. There's a 7th generation puppeteer in the nearby Nagahama village of Tonda. A really interesting place. And Japan find themselves in a really interesting place on the scoreboard because the advantage is growing. Hagino Mayo with a lovely conversion, part of the team that won the silver medal at the Jakarta Palembang Asian Para Games in 2018. Three-second violation called against Great Britain. Hagino, Amimoto. Inbound from Hagino, but picked up quickly by Great Britain. Moore doing some really good work. It's now with Williams, and then cut out by the player who lost the ball initially. Hagino Mayo tracking back the full court. Smile between Conroy and Amimoto. Going for the grab ball. Look over the shoulder of number 14, Shimizu Chinami, graduate of Ehime University with a degree in education. She was a very accomplished association football player until 2008. Amimoto, like she was thinking about the three-pointer there just for a moment. She's been fouled, so it's a good decision to hold on. 32-year-old actually played back in the 2006 World Championship, so long as her international career been. So from the line, Amimoto Madi. Brings her to her 8th point of this game, and Japan have an 8-point advantage over Great Britain partway through the third quarter. Williams, just a little touch from Kitama back to the captain Fuji, and Japan can counter with pace. Amimoto so often at the heart of it all. Finds the captain, good switch. 10 seconds and counting for Japan to get the shot away. And then just a little overplayed the pass to Shimizu from Amimoto. Jude Hamer back on for Great Britain. Williams to Hamer. That's good movement from Hamer. Couldn't quite get the finish, but she created the space ever so well. On the subject of good movement, Hagino on to Amimoto. They build attacks really nicely, Japan. Fuji, Hagino, got to shoot. Time running out. And time has run out. It's good defence from Great Britain, forcing Japan into inactivity in front of the basket. Hamer. Moore. Space opened up, but the basket was not forgiving. Amimoto Mari. Shimizu, Hagino, Amimoto, and finished well from a very central position by Shimizu. tried several different para sports before settling on wheelchair basketball. For her, it was all about the teamwork. As a former footballer, she really wanted something that gave her that same sense of working for the team, of being in a group of people where there was camaraderie. Certainly is camaraderie in the Japanese ranks. Difficult shot attempted by Amimoto, wasn't too far away either. Hamer. Williams. Hazelden. Obvious target is Williams. Hamer. Good defence from Japan, making it difficult for Great Britain to find the shot. They're going to have to find it now, and they do. Superb play, finished by Helen Freeman. 4th point of the match for her. Still, though, Japan lead by 8. Keeping fairly comfortable in terms of that margin. Regathered well by Fuji.
Great Britain's foul number 9, June Hammer, her second team sport.
英国チームジュディス・ハマーにハウスコートマンがカードが宣告されました。
Not accepting of the decision, Jude Hamer. And the timeout called by Simon Fisher.
The big slow, wide run, Duke gets on with this match.
Coaching staff for Great Britain, clear in their instruction. Simon Fisher assisted by Maddie Thompson, who also plays. Really good from the line, Fuji Ikumi. Now it's a 10-point gap. Really, for Great Britain, the clear target has got to be to keep it as a single-point deficit going into the final quarter, and that's looking more and more difficult. What a great sequence from the captain, Fuji Ikumi. 4 points in a matter of seconds. Her contribution immense at a big time. Hamer. Well played. Steady with the shot. A very different relationship that Hamer seems to have with the games here compared to Rio. She's been wonderfully honest about how hard she found the Olympics 5 years ago. Mimoto to Shimizu. Shimizu scores her 4th point of the game. Williams. That's well played by Robin Love. That was the kind of patience in front of the basket that Simon Fisher was talking about earlier. Didn't rush the shot, but then straight away Japan re-established the 12-point gap. And who is it? It is, of course, the captain, Fuji. played running basketball in primary school before having a prosthetic knee replacement at the age of 15 due to bone cancer. Agino. Fuji. Great hold from Amimoto. Just got the shots in quickly enough to get the additional 14 seconds after the rebound. Agino. It's always looking like it was going to come up short. And that will
Japan substitution number 2.
now be time for a Japan change. Zaima Izumi coming on, 24-year-old from Hofu in the far southwest of Honshu, famous for its shrine to Tenjin, the Shinto deity of academia and learning. Appropriately enough for a star-studded academic team like Japan and indeed Great Britain. Here is Amimoto on the break. Doesn't convert. Now that's a let off there perhaps for Great Britain. And that has fallen for Jude Hamer, who does score. 10 points, the gap. Japan have always quickly re-established the 12-point gap. Case in point, it's Fuji again. What a performance by their captain. Now at 12 points, her personal tally in this game. Hazelden under the basket, difficult to get the shot away from that kind of position. Japan winning possession. Fuji, Amimoto, Fuji once more, just over half a minute. Hamer gets the rebound from Shimizu's shot. Williams, great chance this. Love playing it to Hamer, who doesn't manage to find the basket. They are going to get another chance though, Great Britain. Really need something from this. Hazelden, it's back to Williams, it's back to Love. It just will not go. Series of chances for Great Britain. Instead it's going to be Japan who gets the last attack in. Amimoto. And it is Japan who carry a strong advantage into the final quarter. Great Britain had the chance to get it back to a 10-point gap. But it is 12 points, the margin between these two. Japan 41, Great Britain 29 with just 10 minutes to go. And really, the story of the latter part of this quarter was the work of the captain of Japan, Fuji Ikumi, producing so many big points when it mattered, especially that sequence. 2 free throws followed by an immediate 2-pointer right afterwards. Always seemed to be her, so often seems to be her. Let's look back at the moments of the third quarter. fourth quarter is about to begin. The final chance for Great Britain to chase down Japan. The host nation are on the verge of 2 out of 2 of their home games. And for Great Britain, it would put them in the troublesome position of being winless heading into their third fixture. Plenty of noise coming from the British players on the sidelines, trying to keep their teammates moving and high-spirited. And they were certainly happy with the possession being recovered. Hazelden inbound and now moving up court is number 7, Helen Freeman. Hazelden, the obvious target, into the paint and into the basket. 10-point gap, 10-point game. Best part of 10 minutes to go. Hazelden wrestling with Hagino. Now the question is, can Great Britain do enough defensively? Because Japan have never allowed the British team to put together a string of baskets. For that reason there, they just use every last split second. Shimizu Chinami once more. And it's back to a 12-point game, exactly as Japan wish it to remain. Hazelden does well to find Freeman. Freeman, oh, it's a great shot from Freeman. She's very good from those kind of angles. Six points for Helen Freeman. Points have started to be spread out a lot more evenly for Great Britain as the game has gone on. Hazelden has got another couple. Four points now for Joy Hazelden as Great Britain are back with a single-figure gap. Amimoto, Hagino, space to shoot. Twice clips the rim. Freeman moves it up court for Great Britain as they are starting perhaps to feel a little more optimistic. Hazelden, again no success. Hasn't had a great conversion rate so far, Hazelden. She's got into very good positions throughout. Amimoto into the paint to the captain Fuji, who is looking unerring. Marvellous play once more from Fuji. Well, Great Britain fire back, and it's once more Helen Freeman. She was 5 times an All-American and 3 times an academic All-American in her time in Illinois. Back on the court is Yanagimoto Amane, graduate of life science from Doshisha Women's College of Liberal Arts in Kyotanabe. Amimoto approaching the last 5 seconds of the shot clock. It's with Kitara. And a delighted reaction from the British players on the sidelines, depriving Japan of the shooting opportunity. Going to have to work incredibly fast to get anything out of this. And there is the shot, and it is ruled out. Kitada Chihiro. Freeman. Still Freeman. That's well read by Kitada. Robin Love with the foul. The universal sign of putting both hands up, acknowledgement that you know you've committed the foul. Big basket from Kitada. Now she'll have the opportunity to add to it. Fouled by Freeman. So no additional point from Kitada Chihiro. 10 points the gap. Just under 6 minutes left. Robin Love. Looks for the pass, goes to Freeman, and Freeman is really starting to find her range. Assistant coach Maddie Thompson to come on. Said that during the pandemic she had a lot of opportunity to study leadership and psychology, to look at the cognitive and mental aspects of the sport, and it's really helped in her coaching. As Freeman makes it a 6-point gap now. Japan getting themselves into trouble with the 8-second violation before all of that, not getting the ball out of the defensive half of the court quickly enough. Amimoto. Foul committed. Attacking foul by Hagino Mayo. And the timeout has been called. Yuasa Yoshiaki wanting a moment of regrouping from the players, and animated instructions being administered because Great Britain are threatening now. Williams to Helen Freeman. Freeman does well, creates space for the shot, and that time she is not successful. She's been very accurate with the 2-point attempts, converting 6 out of 9. Freeman once more. 8 seconds. Well converted, excellent shot. Charlie Moore. First couple of points for her. 4 points now, the gap. Is the comeback on here for Great Britain? If they can use this, it's going to be and the chase for the rebound is won by Amimoto to Hagino Kitada. Big shooting opportunity coming up here for Japan. Can they use it? Yanagimoto, yes, indeed, she can. Japan re-established the 6-point gap, but Great Britain are buoyant and are full of belief. Here's Freeman, turns. Oh, that was a tough one. It's going to be a Japanese ball. Foul against Helen Freeman. Amimoto. Kitada. Amimoto sees the gap, finds it, but doesn't find the basket. Laurie Williams. Hazelden has options, uses Williams. Thompson, regathered by Japan. Kitada into the last 3 minutes of play here in the Musashino Forest Sport Plaza. This group match between the host nation Japan and Great Britain in the Paralympic wheelchair basketball competition. And it's a great shot from Hagino Mayo. Oh, what a piece of play that was. 8-point advantage once more for Japan, just when things were looking tricky. And things looking even trickier now for Great Britain. As I was saying, just when things were looking tricky for Japan, they have steadied themselves. And now it's time for Simon Fisher to do the same with his players. Timeout seemed to have a big impact on Japan. Will it do the same for Great Britain? What a contribution made by Hagino Mayo. Two and a half minutes. Japan looking as though they're taking control once again at just the right time in the match. And they see it out. Amimoto creates a little space, finds Kitada. Difficult to get away from Hazelden, but she's found the pass to Yanagimoto. That's a great spot through to Hazelden. What brilliant play. If they can find the basket here, that's a great bit of counter-attacking play from Great Britain. Finished by the assistant coach, Maddie Thompson. Player loyal to the Sheffield Steelers because they introduced her to the sport when she was just 10. Every time Japan misses, then the counter-attack has got to be fierce, quick and punishing from Great Britain. Time is working against them. Williams with the foul. Four fouls now from Williams as well. Just the one for Kitada, gathered well by Williams too. Is a great stretch for the ball. Thompson. Looking for Hazelden, didn't see Hagino. So it is Great Britain's possession. Inbound from Freeman, has it back from Thompson. Freeman sets for the shot and converts. 5 points, the gap with 90 seconds to go. Who holds their nerve now? Japan or Great Britain, we will discover in all too short an amount of time, because this is great entertainment and could do with another 2 or 3 quarters just to enjoy this. Nervous times indeed. Hazelden, such a hard-working player. Freeman, ambitious. Those players now on the sidelines, that position of just having to watch and trust their teammates. Looks as though Japan have done enough. They're going to use every second now, but they have to take the shot. Amimoto, Kitada, and she has used every second and picked up a couple of points. The 32-year-old. She was a bit of a worry at the Empress Cup last year when she got a wrist injury. They were wondering whether she'd be at her best for the game. It certainly looks as though she is. Freeman. Last few seconds for Great Britain. Williams will not manage to convert, but will get the foul drawn by on Kitama. Huge couple of free throws here. Maury Williams does manage to get one. The gap is 6 points with just over 12 seconds left. Japan are almost there now. And Iwasa Yoshiaki is going to call a timeout just to help Japan see this one over the line. They're almost there, almost 2 out of 2 in the group stage. And it's not just about qualification for the quarterfinals, it's about finishing as high as possible so you can get as good a draw as possible. been a supreme team effort from Japan, with some individual brilliance as well. And if Great Britain are to lose, they will lose narrowly. Kitada. Amimoto with the last few seconds to elapse. It's been a thoroughly impressive performance from Japan, and they have picked up their second win of the Paralympic Games, and they are ecstatic, as well they should be. It was a marvellous performance. 54-48, the host nation, 2 out of 2 in Tokyo. Great Britain, as you would expect, gave it absolutely everything. But there are tears of joy in some of the Japanese players. Quiet reflection for Great Britain. More to come for them. It's not over yet. But this one is over, and it's ended in a win for Japan. A 6-point margin of victory. And how one goes back to that crucial period of play when Great Britain were getting closer and closer, when Fuji Ikumi, the captain, really took control and steadied her team. From then on, it was Japan in control. A close game and great entertainment at the Musashino Forest Sport Plaza in Tokyo. This is how the group looks. It's wonderful reading if you are the host nation. 4 will go through to the quarter-final stage. So hope not lost for Great Britain and Australia yet. And they are still to meet each other. It's been a great pleasure having your company for this session of wheelchair basketball action in the women's competition at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. A session that has concluded in a win for Japan, making it 2 out of 2 for them in the group stage. Still many more matches to come, but things are looking very good for the host nation. Until next time, goodbye.